Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the regular meeting. Thank you for joining us. Call our meeting to order at 9:05 a.m. and ask Isaac to say our prayer.
The one. I'm going to come here at this time, so I want to get up to you for this day. I say good bless each and every one of the relatives that is gathered here in this room and those that are out there that stand in need of prayer today. And I'm going to say good bless the ones that are in the hospitals, the ones that are sick, the ones that are having a hard time today with mental illness, with depression, with addiction. And then I'm going to say good bless our young people, keep them safe and keep them on the right path. And then I'm going to say good bless all the soldier boys and soldier girls, all the things that they come in need of, stand in need of, that I say we could provide that for them in a good way. And I say could bless each and every one of the relatives that are out there that don't know how to pray, the ones that lost their ways, I say we could bless them so that they could come around and be a help and learn. I say to bless all of our first responders, take care of them, their homes, all the things that they're going through. I say to take care of all the young people that are going to be going around this summer here. Ask that you could keep them safe like that, keep them out of harm's way. And I say could watch over all the ones that are out there that suffer from different illnesses. Then I say want to get up to you for this day. I say to continue to bless the council and their families, keep them safe, happy, and healthy. The work that we do here today, sometimes it's not very easy. And weigh heavy on a person's mind and heart. I say, could bless us with the strength to continue on and lead our tribe in a good way. And I say, could bless all the two-legged, all the four-legged, all the winged ones, all the ones that swim underwater, the ones that run in creation. And I say, can continue to keep our water clean. If there's anything in this word of prayer that I may have left out, I say, could overlook it for me and take care of it for us in a good way. I hope appreciate you.
Thank you, Isaac. Adding to the agenda, in the beginning, an introduction from our acting chief of police, Marvin Grassrope. And then we have an additional executive session item, an item number, there'll be a fourth item. Under 4D, we're adding a memo approval for the planning department. Are there any further additions to the agenda? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Motion by Isaac, do we have a second? Second by Eugene. Discussion? Objection? Motion carried 7-0-0. I'd like to invite Chief Acting Marv Grassrope up, and Roxanne, if you wanted to. So, Council, as you know, we've had a series of acting chief of police, BIA law enforcement. So we want to welcome Marvin Grassrope here and give him some time to introduce himself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marvin Grassrope. I'm a lieutenant of police at Crow Creek Agency. I've been detailed here several times last year. I come back. I had been working for like 22 years. I used to be on tribal council for my own tribe, Laurboro. So, I mean, I know what it's like to be both roles now. So, but yep. But I'm here for 2 weeks, and then I enjoy coming down here. So, but if you guys have anything that comes up, law enforcement issues or anything, just feel free to contact me. Or does anybody have any questions?
What do you think about Winnebago?
Oh, besides really a nice community, I always tell my people back at home that's all reservations should look, but you guys are one of the best communities I've ever seen. So on Indian reservations, I've been all over the place. So, but the people here are really polite, they're kind, compared to where I work at, they're really well-mannered people. I mean, and I appreciate that with all the people, and I always tell them that, So.
Well, thank you for sharing that about our community. Really appreciate that our community has been treated you well, and we need our public safety to be our highest priority. So thank you for being a part of that effort. And thank you, Roxanne, for bringing the chief here today and for guiding him. Well, he's here. One of the things I asked Marvin was, what do you think, we can do to help you be successful? And he shared with me that he'd already had been acquainted with our community and that there was support in the PD. So if I think Marvin is here through the 17th, you said?
Yes.
The 17th. And then from there, we'll have another acting chief, Lieutenant Rouliard.
Ruler, yeah, that's
Ruler.
not being told he's supposed to be my replacement, so.
So we'll just maybe perhaps if that gentleman could come visit with us too, we could just start kind of making that our habit, yeah. Well, thank you again for being here and thanks for coming over. I when I invited you yesterday, I didn't know if you'd be able to come over with calls and things, but thank you for making the time.
Yep.
And Roxanne, I just want to say, appreciate your weekly reports.
Yes, you're welcome.
It's really nice to get those to see what you had all go on in the past week. So
Yes,
it's nice to get those.
I really
Thank
care
you.
about this community, and
Yeah.
I think that, as us being first responders, we need to be able to communicate to you guys what it is that's going on.
Yeah, it's good to get those. Thank you.
I forgot one important step. We forgot to introduce ourselves. So I'll start with myself. My name is Victoria, and so thank you for being here. Let's go around.
I'm just Isaac.
Using the Cora. Okay.
Colby Brown, we talked yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roxanne, that's why I include you on an email that I sent out because you are communicating with us. That's good. I like that very much. And you guys don't know Marvin that much. But he went to school here for a little bit, back 30 years ago, so 3 decades or so. His dad was a officer here, Justin Grassroot. We got to know him a little bit. Paula was a dispatcher back then and made it into their kitchen a few times, a few nights, So, yeah, it's good to see him. And I guess I just want to say, as you know, hopefully we'll be 638 in here pretty soon. And we're looking for some experienced people to come in and teach our community, our young members, how to be good police officers and so on with you guys' help, maybe.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Lorelei Decora. I'm the oldest woman on the tribal council. I like that for myself.
I see her every Sunday morning in church.
Yeah.
I really like it.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
So I'm done. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's your name?
Pardon?
What's your name?
Oh, she knows me.
No, this gentleman right here is our acting chief, Marvin.
Oh, I thought we was congratulating.
No,
Okay. All right. I was recognizing the wrong one, huh? 85 years old, you kind of forget every little while. Nice to have you.
No, thank you.
Wish your kind could stay longer.
No, appreciate that.
His name's Bob.
I'm Teresa Little
They like to
George,
pick on me.
the secretary.
Okay.
I do know that you guys are planning on going to this transition, and one of my biggest goals is that, it's a peaceful, healthy transition where we're not leaving anything in chaos. So that's my ultimate goal, before we leave. That's why I prioritize these, bigger buildings or trying to leave a blueprint for the school or the police department, whatever it may be. I'm sure.
appreciate that. And we have another tribal leader virtually. We have our treasurer. Do you want to introduce yourself? Oh, she's right there.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Rona Steeler. Served on our tribal council for the last 4 years. I've been holding a seat as tribal treasurer. Welcome.
Thanks, Rona. And we're joined by another one of our tribal leaders. This is our acting chief of police, Marvin Grassroot. You want to introduce yourself?
Eric Carmel, tribal council member. Yeah, me and Marvin, we kind of go back a few years.
All right, cool.
Back in the 80s when he used to go to school here. His dad was here.
Nice. Well, You're amongst friends, Marvin.
Yeah,
I'm
thank you.
coming back.
Yeah.
So where'd you say that house was gonna be for him?
Up in the Kelly.
You get to pick.
So, well, thank you, council, for giving Marvin a warm welcome, and thank you for the kind things you said about our community and our tribal members, and we really value that, and one of our teachings is to be good to one another, so that's through and through in our community and the way we try to do things.
Thank you.
So have a good day. Keep up the good work. All right. So then that moves us into our minutes, and the first one we have is the April 21st, 2025 mid-monthly tribal council meeting minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move it.
Second.
We have a motion by Eric and a second by Isaac. Discussion? Objection? Motion carried 800. April 22nd, 2025 treasurer's report meeting minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second bonus, motion.
Make that motion, Rona.
Make a motion.
Motion by Isaac. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eric. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 800. April 25th, 2025 CEO report meeting minutes. Do we have a motion to approve? We have a motion by Isaac. Do we have a second? Second by Eugene. Oh, beat you. Oh, Rona, ladies first? Okay, second by Rona. Discussion? Objection? Motion carried 800. And lastly, we have the April 28th, 2025 Law Enforcement Fire Department BIA report meeting minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move it.
Motion by Eric. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Isaac. Discussion? Objection? Motion carried 800. There are no 5 signatures to ratify, so that moves us into new business. And we have a tribal member, Alicia Shelbourne, requested to share some information. So I'd like to invite Alicia to the meeting. Hi, Alicia, welcome. Alicia filled out a request for referral and had wanted an opportunity to talk about some information she has to share and how that may be helpful to the tribe. So Alicia, if you just want to unmute yourself and want to turn the floor over to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I have a 5-year-old homesick, so she's in the background. She's trying to give her 2 cents also. Good morning, relatives. My Ho-Chunk is horrible. I'm coming to you from Santa Fe, New Mexico. My dad is Kenneth Shelbourne. Kenneth Decora, he was adopted out when he was little and part of the Decora family. I was also adopted into the Funmaker family up in Wisconsin when I was young. So I have been living in Santa Fe for the last 25 years. My background is I'm a trauma and addiction specialist. I'm a therapist here in Santa Fe. I've worked in the field for 25 years. And why I'm coming to you is just a point of information, point of awareness, looking to the future. One of the things that I have done, I have a private practice. I'm also a teacher at a master's level college. One of the things that I've learned over my years of being a therapist is how best to prepare my clients for upcoming events and looking at how to work on prevention so that people can stay regulated and, working in a way that they're able to function. So just a little background, before COVID, I knew COVID was coming based on looking at world events, because part of what I do is I put my clients, because they're so traumatized, a lot of them, I put them in bubbles of blackout from, not blackout, that sounds bad, but like bubbles from the news. So my job is to watch the news for them so that they don't get overstimulated or triggered by what's happening in the world. So pre-COVID, I knew that was coming and prepared my clients for potential shutdowns, looking at potential shortages, those type of things. So when COVID happened and we went into a bubble of lockdown, my clients were very regulated. They were stabilized in a way that even shocked me as a trauma professional, because they knew and they were aware and prepared. So one of the things that I've been seeing in the world that I've been trying to have conversations with state legislatures here in Santa Fe, because we're the capital. I had a meeting last week just trying to look at the future and preparing both for my clients, the students I work with. I work in the public schools also, and our families that we support. And just looking at the potential for supply chain disruption and looking at what is happening in the world on a global level, and our world becoming more isolated because of the issues with trades and tariffs, which I'm sure everyone is aware of. But I'm just hoping to bring some awareness and some preparedness from you wonderful people to look at a little bit of the future, preparing our people to look at what they need to have in terms of supplies, what they need to have in terms of medication. And one of the things that I became aware of last week is the idea that, you know, as communities, as tribal nations, even in our sovereignty, we could look at how might, and I'm not a lawyer, but I did have this conversation with a legislature, and they're looking at that here in New Mexico on a cabinet level, is how do we look at our own sovereignty and look at the idea of establishing trade routes for things like medication and or essential supplies in the future that we can secure for our people. And not just within our own tribal nation, but how do we work with other tribes that could be doing the same thing along the corridor roads of old trade, or what is there now with logistics of, you know, highways and all those things. But one of the things I just wanted to bring to council to look at is how do we prepare our people for potential upcoming shortages, both with medications, but also with food and supplies. How do we get the information out there? How do we, you know, maybe help people to acquire some of those things? And how does the tribe also prepare in looking at getting stockpiles is the wrong word, but backups of essential items like rice, beans, all of those things. And then how do we prepare potentially for the future of looking at, you know, can we expand gardens? Can we help people acquire seeds? Can we do more keeping things within the communities? So one of the things that I just, you know, wanted to bring to you all is that idea of how to start the conversation, or how to look at how do we prepare people so that their mental health isn't impacted to the point where they go into the trauma response and they don't know how to react. Because that's what I see in a lot of people that don't start the conversations early with looking at prevention and helping people to remain grounded and stable. So that was what I just wanted to bring to the point of conversation for you all to look at, and I'm sure you have on a logistical level also. But I know one of the conversations I had with our legislatures last week is that those of us, our states that are in the middle of the country, are going to be impacted more because, again, supply chain doesn't come from out in, it comes from the coast. So we just have to look at how best to prepare ourselves, our families, and our people so that we have enough that it doesn't cause panic. So that was my my information that I just wanted to pass on to you all, and just, you know, ask questions. I'm just here for support.
Thank you, Alicia. Lorelai?
Alicia, thank you for being worried about your people.
Yeah.
But I just want to assure you that the Winnebago tribe has been having the conversation for many years about this very issue, because we had to survive being moved 5 times as a people, and we still survived. We still have our clans in place, and we're going to survive. But we have a food sovereignty initiative on our reservation. We have a farm. We grow our vegetables. We grow our own corn. We have our own buffalo. And so we have already been in place to feed ourselves no matter what happens around the world. So I want to reassure you that you don't need to worry. We're going to survive.
Well, thank you for that, and I appreciate that. And one of the things that I work in an urban, I'm an urban native, so we work, you know, just thinking of our tribal members that are not, you know, they're in Winnebago or in Wisconsin, and how do we get the information out to them also, just as, you know, relatives that live in the cities that may not have access to that. wonderful resource that you all have created. So that's just my 2 cents, and thank you all for your time. And I know you're aware of the, situation, but, I'm here to provide support also if you need it.
Thank you, Alicia. Do you have you had mentioned a kind of like a broad overview, but do you have a framework that you're talking with state legislators about? Or I guess I'm just trying to dial in on some of the broad strokes that you discussed, and are you wanting to facilitate those discussions? Or are you just trying to like tell us that this is going on, or if there's anything that, so Lorelai mentioned one arm of the effort is the food sovereignty. And then we've got our emergency manager that we continue to encourage to stand up frameworks that are kind of, I wouldn't say cookie cutter, but that are made to fit certain situations that, people could, I guess, initiate when the appropriate scenarios. And so we've, in the past, post-COVID, I would say some of those plans became more and more important, and trying to be organized as a community. And sometimes we've fallen short in certain storms where our reactive time hasn't been quick enough. And we learned through Facebook that, the relatives are in distress. And so we're really, even through the way that we've done these meetings virtually, we're trying to reach our tribal members and give them access to the information. But we certainly can be stronger in all those areas. We've talked about, and this was also during the pandemic, we talked about what you had mentioned, it's about stockpiling. We even talked about stuff like a militia and what would happen if folks try to come here and take our resource. Or we've talked about protecting our springs and how relatives know where those springs are and how those are sacred to us, but we also know that in dire times that we know where to get water. And so maybe there's a better way that we could, like put this information so that families just have it in their wheelhouse and they just know about this stuff. But luckily, our relatives have taught us to grow corn, and many of these things are just what we do every season. And we have the elders out there still doing this kind of vigorous work to harvest. But I just want to thank you for, I guess, bringing this again to the top of our attention, because there are gaps in our services, and there are pieces that are sometimes not functioning. So I think this is a continued discussion we always need to talk about, especially with the news bulletins you mentioned and the tariffs. And I don't know that we've begun to feel the impacts of that, but with the president's budget coming out, I think we have kind of all hands on deck from the legal side of it, and our general counsel staying engaged with what's happening in Washington, D.C. and how that impacts some of our individual programs. In fact, just yesterday, the tribal council sent a letter to Secretary Kennedy on the changes and the restructuring they're suggesting in the ACF, the Administration for Child and Family, and how that would impact our Head Start and other programming. So there's always something to stand guard on, and really glad that we have a team that is monitoring some of these things. But again, not to say we don't need help, because many of those areas could be strengthened in a good way. But does anybody else have anything they want to share? Isaac?
So I want to say thank you for reaching out. And then one of the things too is, I guess, is you can never have enough ears in Indian country, so if you can continue to keep your ears open on what you're hearing in your area, then maybe there's, if you hear something that sounds really concerning or whatever, just reach out. You can shoot us an email and stuff, because I think it's you're right on. And one of the things that I've been hearing is some of the other tribes are already starting to network on what does that look like with tribe to tribe trading. And because if you're paying immigrants to leave the country, I'm just wondering where we're all meeting up at.
Yep. Thank you. Well, the one thing that I did forget to mention that we've seen coming down the pike and we're preparing for, as my agency, we provide food support, and we have a food pantry that we provide over, 75 families, urban families here in Santa Fe. And what I've seen coming has been the cut to food pantries, food depots, and, I know that Winnebago has the sovereignty, but if you're getting any food from any local USD, any of the USDA commodities, anything like that, that's gonna go away pretty soon. Right now, our food pantry is putting a pause on summer delivery, so we've been ordering more for the summers for our family, because I saw this coming, just in terms of the cut of federal funding. And so just keeping an eye out if y'all are getting supplies from food banks or looking at acquiring that, the time to order is now before they run out of supply and or their funding is cut. So that's what we're seeing here in New Mexico, is quite a few of our very large food banks have lost federal funding, which is gonna trickle down of scarcity mentality within our urban folks. So we're trying to keep a pulse on that also. And one of the things that I did talk about with legislatures, I'm more, how do I describe myself? I'm more of a community advocate. I'm really out there fighting for our families, our urban families, and looking at how we can best prepare our peoples in this area of the country too, because New Mexico isn't a green state, meaning we're a desert. So it's really hard to grow things here, but we have the ability to, look at how do we acquire things and how do we work on trade and how do we work on communications. And there's a lot of pueblos here that are starting to have those conversations also of how do we establish those roots before we need them, so that they're intact and that those conversations are happening, amongst our people. So the legislature here, because we have a large urban and also Pueblo, Dene, Native community in New Mexico, they're really looking at the issue, and I'll keep you all abreast of that information once I get it, because I'm just an advisor from the mental health component, because I was really worried, our state in particular, because we can't grow things abundantly here, that we look at getting supplies in just to have on hand the in case, so that the state is prepared to help people, as opposed to people trying to find things in a scarcity system, because we're largely spread out state. So the questions and the ideas that were coming up, and I think this is going through Indian country also, is that idea of the sovereignty, and how do we look at, establishing those intertribal, different trading amongst our people, but also with other countries, because that sovereignty is intact, that we might have that ability to acquire those things through delegations that are able to establish those trades outside of the United States. So those are the conversations that are happening here. When I hear more, I will send an email and I will update you, so everybody has access to information of how those rules of thought are going through. And I'm not a lawyer. I understand there's a whole bunch of legal issues in that. So I will just keep you all up, posted on what I'm hearing also from this end. Just because I think more information, again, as humans, we do better with more information, and we just tend not to panic. So I will keep you all informed also. And if you need anything, one of the things that my team did find is we're trying to get information out to our relatives here in the cities. And we found that the FEMA website of preparedness is not very prepared. So we're putting together some information, shocking, I know, but we're putting out some flyers of what people should have on hand and what they should look at buying, one or two more of, and how to make it budget friendly, where they can find these things at the dollar store, where they can find them, for cheaper than going to Sam's Club and buying big bulk, because, other people can't do that. So once I get that flyer done, my team was working on it yesterday, I can send it out to you all if you want to distribute it to, other, our relatives outside of Winnebago, so they can look at what they might need to have on hand. Those are some of the prevention things that we're working on right now, but I'm happy to share them.
Thanks, Alicia. Any more questions or comments?
So what are you gonna do when the electric goes up in Mexico?
We have a generator, so we're trying to look at ways to prepare individually, but a lot of people have solar capacity here, and working on acquiring more in that. Some of the tribal nations here, Pueblos, have invested into solar farms, so there's some ability to do that. So, yeah.
Then there's tribes on the west coast, they're growing algae sticks in the ocean. Then they take them to over where you're at, then they put that in the sand and they can grow just about anything.
Oh, yeah. And one of the things that we talked about also is that idea of my husband laughed at me, I don't have the right word for it, but like a mobile butchering unit that can go out to help the farmers, because if they're not able to trade, then where does that meat go and how do we help supply chains with the meat? But I don't know if the tribe has the ability to look at some mobile butchering units that, could be sent out, or if the tribe has one. That's New Mexico, we lost a lot of butchers. It takes our families a long time to find one to get meat to be able to be processed. So that's one of the things that I put to the legislature also, is how do we acquire some more ability to do some mobile farming in the sense of butchering and getting that meat out right away. If it can't be traded.
Thanks, Alicia, for mentioning that. That's something the tribal council looked at about 5 years ago, mobile meat processing. And before the pandemic, our Wildlife and Parks Department, who oversee our buffalo, were already having difficulty finding slots in our local butchers. And with the rural area we're in, it's just hard to, very competitive to get some of those spaces. And so we knew that we already had a hardship. And then once the pandemic hit and we saw the meat processing plants in our area being overcome with COVID infection, and how that would, how that would affect what made it to the grocery store and pricing and things. So that was one of the projects the council had on the list, and I guess through prioritizing the community need, that project never made it to fruition. But it still stands parked, waiting to be funded. We do know that the Osage Nation in Oklahoma was the first one to launch their mobile meat processing, and since then other tribes have learned from their success. So I would say that that is something that continues to be on our plate, and is perhaps parked kind of over in the food sovereignty work. And it's really funding based, unfortunately, because we realize that would create jobs, we realize that would create opportunity, but that we lack funding to get that off the ground and establish that infrastructure. So, but you're right on track with some of the council's priorities.
And that could also be a job skills training program for the youth, of getting them into, the butchering and looking at how do we, get more butchers. Again, we need welders, pipe fitters, all the things. But butchers are sorely needed too, so it could be a joint project with the education department on funding too. Just a side note. Thank you all, I appreciate your time, and please reach out if you have any questions. Again, this is really coming from a mental health perspective of helping people to be prepared.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vicky, have a good day.
Have a nice day, Vicky. That brings us into the new business, number 2, Winnebago's approvals. There's a memo in the packet that Tom Teasdale sent to the council, and in that memo, it has the specific requests. The first one being for Winnebago High School students, $100 per student. Winnebago Elementary School, $50 per student. St. Augustine's Catholic School, $50 per student, for a total of $6,550. That would be a cash donation. The second one is for the Head Start program, total gifts of $1,175. That's $25 per student. And the Early Head Start program, a total gifts of $600 with those $25 each. So that's
I move them all, Madam
okay.
Chair.
As presented? Okay, thank you.
As presented, yes.
We have a motion by Kenny and we have a second by Isaac. Any further discussion? Objection. Motion carried 800. That brings us into the, I was wondering if the council would want to have the gaming commission in executive session, because that's a personnel related discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. So then that brings us to the planning department, and I'd like to invite Brittany up, and those documents are in the packet.
Morning, council.
Morning.
Ready. So first we have the Ag Resource Management Plan. This has been going on for about a year or two now. BIA was consulted out a team of young ladies to come help us create a Ag Resource Management Plan. And in there, we kind of incorporated a lot of food sovereignty things. Sorry, I should have made copies for myself, but it was a big packet. A lot of identifying where some of our entities can go off base off this agricultural resource management plan. Inside, if you take a look, we have goals and objectives. And those are detailed out to entities such as land management, working farms, tribal farms, the food security task force, little piece of section. We've had several meetings on this, incorporating the goals and objectives, and this is the final draft. I'm not sure if you have any time to review it, have any questions. But
On Avenue D somewhere.
The only thing that I had was that kind of looking at it from a almost like I guess to me it's kind of sends a mixed message from commercial to actual tribal. So I was kind of looking at like where do we stand, or how do we, I guess. So on one hand over here, if you look at the commercial farming and everything, it's good, all that's going on. You have to pay attention to what's going on in the country as far as prices, stocks, and all that. But on the other hand, agricultural, are we looking at like the tribal farms? And then so right now, we put all this energy in, and I really want to try to stay positive on this, but put all this energy into tribal farms along with commercial farming, poultry farms. But at the same time, what I just learned was that, and it's boiling over onto my plate, is that the tribal farms don't even have a tractor. And so now I'm learning this as we're this late into the season, because I talked to George. He was saying, yeah, they try to put in to get their tractor fixed for this. They got denied because of their budget funding or whatever. So then I'm kind of like, okay, like, why didn't that ever come to the table? We just do a budget mod, like all the stuff that they do. When Tribal Farms goes out and they go and kill up all these people's gardens, that helps. That helps the people, that helps everybody. But then we're learning about the problem way late. And I don't know if we just need like somebody to be a real strong advocate for tribal farms. Kind of tee up or light here a little bit, but and see. But I just learned the tractor don't work. So now everybody's calling me and saying Isaac Kenyon. So I'm going to change my last name to Kenyon.
well, I will say that Tribal Farms did reach out to me, and we'll be putting in a proposal for WCDF funds, because they do have Ho-Chunk Way funds, and that is used as a match to WCDF funds to request for that tractor that they're wanting to get fixed, or even get a different tractor. That
Do
was
you
my
think they'll
understanding.
get it fixed by this year?
I think that's the plan.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I did get a quote and everything. I just had to get the
Okay.
submission in.
By this month,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so that will be a resolution coming soon. It's just a matter of getting all the documents in set.
So here's the solution to that. Is that Tribal Farms has all these what are called 3-point implements. They're just attachments that hook onto the back of the tractor for those that might not be familiar with it. The Wildlife and Parks has a small utility tractor that will hook onto all those implements. So if we take two programs and have them work together, we can get it accomplished until you get the other tractor fixed and stuff. So that's what I'm talking about for the solution wise. We should have Wildlife and Parks, because they're not running their little tractor all the time every day. But people just kind of want their gardens tilled, their little garden spaces. I know there's some requests for to come in and plant Indian corn, all these different things. So I'm just trying to look at ways to try to get it accomplished and get it in the ground and seeds going.
So I guess the way I see it is that this is actually a living document, kind of like a strategic plan where we can actually implement a lot of other projects into this. So it's can add it in there. This is what the core group kind of came up with, and maybe other entities can be implemented in there at a later date or whenever we start planning for it again.
That was kind of part of my question is who is working with this, or how does this apply to the work, or who does this serve?
So originally it came from BIA that they wanted to see an ag resource management plan from tribes. And of course, they hired some consultants to reach out to tribes to help us implement this. And, of course, they came to planning, and this is when Joy was here, so it kind of got rolled over to me, and I vaguely recall that we did have some meetings on like what kind of surveys could be sent it out for them to get community feedback. In our last discussion, we've had there was talks about, okay, we had a little bit of surveys, so we can actually go and mock up some more surveys and get them implemented here to support the document to find more funding. And with me on this one, I will say that when it comes to finding funding, we generally try to have a plan as a backup to make the request for funding more applicable to the funder to see that we do have a plan in place. We do have that.
So in here is all the planning that, I guess I'm not familiar with this document, and I just want to know what does it do and who is it written for? So if the BIA hired somebody to write it for us, then does it serve the BIA and what they need, or does it serve what the tribe is trying to work on? Does it serve what Ho-Chunking needs? Does it serve our tribal farm? I'm just wondering, what is this for?
It's for all of us. I guess that's where I got the impression that, it has a food sovereignty task in there, and that's a separate entity from the tribe. It also has the LPT extension for the community gardening. If the community members have any questions about tribal education or food sovereignty, education on food growing and so forth. It has the tribal farms in there, our tribal farms, and it kind of implements like what can we have to reach those goals and objectives implemented in here. And they're all separated out. Like I said, EPD isn't, different entities, different core groups are all implemented in here. And I guess so forth, we all have a hard time getting funding if we don't have a plan in place. And this document supports it.
My thing is, you're talking about a living document. You're talking about different activities or whatever. When we can't even conduct a bare communication between your department and the tribal farms, knowing that our tractors are down, they're not working. That's a very fundamental thing that we need to run a farm, is a tractors. And so we're a day late and dollar short with communication there. And so what's really going on with this? Is there a time frame? We should be looking at getting our tractor fixed, getting more tractors. That would be the fundamental mission of this living document. We just you probably heard us talking to that young lady right before you came up. That was talking about growing our own food. And we can't even do that if the communication's not there with your department and our farms to get a tractor running. And we're gonna need more than one tractor out there for the type of plants we're gonna be using, the attachments that are gonna be needed for certain tractors. So I just see a big gap here, and I'm kind of interested in more of what you have to say, what the chairwoman was asking you. What is this serving? And you say all of us, but we just don't have a tractor. What communication do we have with LPTC or HCI, the HCI farms, anything? Do we have a foundation for anything for this yet?
So the other day we had a
Okay,
meeting on this, and the whole council was invited.
Hold on, Eugene. Did you finish your comment, Eric?
Yeah.
Okay. Eugene.
Yeah, just, we had a meeting over this, everybody was invited, me and Lorelei sat in on it, and that communication you're talking about, everybody was at the table. HCI Farms was here,
So,
our farm was here, planning, and we just went over the gist of it, I guess you could say. I mean, it went in pretty in depth, but my understanding of this is that it's based on similar like we're doing with the land use plan and also with our strategic. You know, this is just a guide for all those entities to use and what we're trying to accomplish. You hear Lorelai say it a lot, and this is a lot about the food sovereignty. And the whole point of this document is to have that guide of where we're gonna get to for food sovereignty. And if you haven't read it, I suggest you give it a good once over. It's very informative and to move forward. But I mean, myself, being part of that, that's just well needed up there.
Yeah, well, thank you, Eugene, for attending that meeting, and I guess my confession to make is I haven't read this document. That's why I wanted to know, like, what is it for, what does it do? But going along with the land use plan, like, does this have symmetry with the land use plans?
Yes.
Because it's got commercial farming first under tribal sovereignty, and so I'm just wondering, like, who does this serve, and is this aligned with what the tribe is doing with the land use plan? Or did we do this because the BIA wanted us to do this?
No, we're doing it because we need to have a plan for everything we're trying to do. Food sovereignty, our buffalo. When we do leases with the Bureau, and what we're gonna do with our own land when we wanna farm. It's got everything that we all wanna do as a tribe and 12 clans. It's all in here. So this is what we use when we go raise the money to get these different things done. It's all in our plan. And I've been in all the meetings. I sat in all the meetings with this. And so I'm in support of this because it involves everything we're trying to do on our homeland for food sovereignty, to survive, to maintain and take care of our homelands, be responsible when we lease. Who are we leasing to? What are they doing on our land? So it's all in here. That's why but it's here. So then no one can't say, the Secretary of Interior can't say one thing. It's already in our plan.
That's answer your question there too. It's just like, you know, because they're put first. I mean, you could simply just trade them out. I don't think this is made for one person to be ahead of the other.
It's
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
well, I
this
guess
isn't- it
I
isn't
just,
designed that way.
to the point about the tractor, which is very operational issue, but how do we, so back to my question is, how do we use it if right now our tribal farm isn't being prioritized? So how do we use this to prioritize, or how do we, that's what I mean, like, what's it for? You know, like,
I think it's definitely implemented in there. You know, I will say that the tribal farm did reach out probably a month ago or two after the transition to George, and he brought it up to our attention, and it was just a matter of getting that quote for the tractor to us. And I just now got it when we got back from self-governance, so that's probably a little bit of delay on each part, but as far as, you know, getting it implemented, it's always going to change. This plan's always going to change whether you guys have more to add to it, where these goals and objectives are completed and written out, and then we move with more. It's a matter of down the road. Am I saying that correctly?
so, yeah, I guess that, hold on, Cole has a question.
Just a comment. Yeah, I support the document. What Lorelai said, it's a plan and it's to present papers to people to get more money. And that's what we do and that's what we're trying to do. So I support the plan, but it's a whole different subject, tribal farms and their budget. And food sovereignty is about 10 years old now, you know. And I'm sorry to hear that, but that tractor being down is our problem, is our CEO problem, our last CEO, the one before that, and so on. So it's our problem.
yeah.
PR.
So we got to get into the budget parts of it too. And I'm going to say again, our being self-sufficient. So what we got to do with our money, we got to, so this tribal council has to sit in on those and make those tough decisions. We'll argue about it. We'll disagree about it. But when we look at that, food sovereignty being 10 years old, and look where we're at today, what we just heard, that's too bad we didn't hear that a month ago. Because if we could get that tractor fixed, put it in the shop, but I don't think it's going to help with any gardening this summer. Might be a little too late. maybe not, I don't know, but I think not, but that's a whole different subject than what this is, but wish I would have heard about it, a month ago or so, so.
Yeah, we have to count on our directors and our management to take care of these things. And you guys heard me a few meetings ago. I was just really bothered that so many of these operational things were coming to individual council members. And now we learned about this from Isaac, and he put it on the table because it's been on his desk. But this is the first time I'm hearing about it. So thank you for taking that on.
It's
But
been in my tractor.
so Eric has a comment.
So again, there's a difference between HCI farms and the tribal farms. I just have to say that and put that out there. And so that communication, it's still not there. Why are we just now hearing about this? Why didn't this come from planning? Why didn't this come from our farms? The knowledge of our tractor being down for the season, for the beginning. And if we can get it fixed in time, I believe we can still plant some crops. But it needs to get fixed, and we need to ensure that they have the right attachments to plant whatever we're needing, whether it's discs, seeders, anything like that. But this communication should have been done months ago. And so we're getting this plan today. I'm just not seeing it today. Knowing this tractor's been down probably since last summer. We're looking at a big stutter step here, or just even a big step in general that we're going to have to take. We're going to have to take it to get that tractor up and to get the seeds in the ground sooner than later. Because even if we get the tractor fixed within the next 2 weeks, we're going to have to plant within the next month, just to even try to get something out of this summer. And so that communication between that tractor breaking down, the farms, planning, the tribal council table here, there's a lack of communication somewhere, starting with the farms to start getting that tractor fixed. And the winter's always a good downtime to fix your summer vehicles, whether it's tractors or gators or anything that would need to be run and operated in the summertime. And so there's many months of lack of communication, lack of follow through. And that's what we need to work on starting since the first sunrise, that here we are at planting season, and we're just getting word that our tractor's down. So I think this plan should be covering some of that. That's one place this plan should be covering is equipment operation. I want to say retention, but I don't think that's a real word. But to keep our tractors fixed, to keep anything that we need fixed that we utilize seasonally or even annually, like agricultural resource management plan. Management, that just sounds like that should be keeping our tractors running, our attachments in good order. So just kind of something along that. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, let me jump in before you go. The PR meeting's on Monday, the 12th. So if that gives enough time to bring that resolution, that's kind of a week out. PR meeting's on the 12th.
What resolution?
For that tractor.
Oh, okay.
And she's working on a funding request, and so if we could take care of that, the resources meeting, then I think.
So I think we heard enough about the tractor. We know that it's broke. I know that's not working. That was kind of the point of mentioning it here at the table, just to kind of drive that thing in there. But the other one was communication. So, and I know as a council, we should kind of be aware of all the different things that are taking place within the reservation, but sometimes that becomes a challenge in itself because of the rumor mills and the different things that are said. So with that, I would make a motion to go ahead and just approve that, just so that way, if you're good with it, Lorelai, and you signed
am.
on all those
I am.
meetings and
I've been in all the
we should
meetings,
be able to,
read everything.
I'll second.
so make a motion to approve that agricultural resource management plan 2025.
We have a motion by Isaac and a second by Teresa. Any further discussion?
And the only other part of that is just so we're not hindering, we got our little soapboxes out, drove them on in, which is good, which helps. But the other part is to try to keep everything moving in a good direction. But again, not only did talk about a little bit of the hiccups, but also talked about the solutions. So Tyresha, I know that she's sitting in on behalf of the CEO today for taking notes. Maybe she could just kind of mention that to Darla for a follow-up to make sure that they get that tractor running and up and going. And I think it would be really beneficial to the council if you guys all made some time out of your day somewhere along the lines of, and took a ride out to tribal farms and just looked around there a little bit, just drive through there at least. And just to kind of keep track of that, because things are going to take off. There's a lot of fruit trees out there that are starting to get big, and it just needs to continue to need support. If you get a chance to drive out there, I can punch the address in for you, or draw you a map, or take you out there if you guys want to go out there too. When Dave's here, I'll haul you out there. It's a bird right outside. You can do it, you can go.
Yeah, you can even lay down on that ride.
Yeah, take a nap.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Objection? Motion carried.
Just one discussion, let's just make sure that tractor gets in operation. How that goes, how we get them.
Okay, thank you for that encouragement. Any further discussion? Objection? Motion carried 800. That brings us to the ITCB FY 2024 herd development grant, and the next resolution is 25-151. Do we have a motion to adopt resolution 25-151?
Motion to adopt.
We have a motion by Eric. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eugene. Discussion? Brittany, did you want to make any comments about that in discussion?
No, this is just for the original or annual herd development grant that we submit every year for wildlife and parks. It's pretty much just acquiring feed and supplements for the buffalo herd and to cover the land lease of the north pasture.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Discussion, with this new administration cutting grants and a lot of stuff in Indian country, if anything that we operate on, will you be letting us know if it gets cut or if it's looking at being cut? Or
I get notifications from anywhere, and well, not anywhere, I would say. I get them from Billy when it's coming from that grants management email account. Sometimes it comes from the program director itself. I believe there was one grant that was called Local Food Programs for the Buffalo and Commodity Collaboration, and we were going to go after that one, and then out of nowhere that funding just got canceled out, so we weren't able to apply for it. So it's just a hit or miss with some of them, and it's just a matter of where I get the information from that it's been cut or not funded any longer.
a lot of these grants are annual grants. If we're halfway through that grant and it gets cut, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Are we gonna be notified? When I say we, I'm talking about this table.
Yeah.
Not just you to hold that information to yourself, but just, I'm gonna keep it and not let anybody know we're not using it. We need that information so we know that we have to look for more money or another route. So are we going to know if these grants get cut? Are you gonna let us know?
Sure, I can let you guys know.
That shouldn't even be a question. You
Yeah.
should just be automatically saying, hey, we just lost this grant. We're gonna need to find some more money or a different approach to it. So that's just kind of what I'm getting at on
Yep.
that. Okay.
Do you think that, I know we talk about this during our general council meeting a lot and some of the specifics, like Josh's email we got yesterday, but do you want, and I'm just asking this, I'm not trying to make more work for anybody, do you think that as a portion of our treasurer's report, we should talk about anything
Yes.
that we're learning that's in jeopardy, or just a
Yes.
new space to say, okay, what did we learn this, Eugene?
I would just suggest, as a hearing, what Eric had to say, and I know that we were requesting this in the beginning, and I was supposed to be going to Josh, it would be any funding source that's being cut, or any funding source that we're not able to apply for that was yearly, that we keep
No, we're
track
not.
of all of that.
We're discussing.
And that way we keep a rundown, so that way whenever the chairwoman or the vice or have to go advocate DC, or whenever we have the opportunity to go and present the struggles of the Winnebago tribe with the student administration, that there's a rundown, there's a list of everything that's been, how it has affected us. So how that looks, and like the chairwoman said, like, you don't want to create more work for everybody, but essentially what Eric's question is asking is, who's that point of contact? And then who's the data manager for all these pieces that we need to keep track of?
Seems like between Billy and Brittany.
That's what I was just gonna say,
But I
the
didn't want to
grants
be
and contract
volunteering. I get so
officer.
mad when I volunteer for the work.
That's what I was gonna say. We have a grants and contracts officer that should be, as part of her job, watching this and notifying all of us in administration as this happens. So we do have the personnel, and it's not on planning alone, it's on keeping track, it's with our grants and contracts.
Because this also applies up there at Little Priest, it applies at WCHS, at 12 Clients, it applies at all our different entities, even, I mean, you can talk about government contracts, HCI as well, you know, it applies all across the board.
So
But if we
maybe
don't have that list.
they add that talking point to those outside entities, and then we have an internal one. I guess Brittany's kind of like the capture manager. She gets the grant and then she passes it on to the program and Billy to administer it. So the one other way I was thinking that we would know is if we submitted no cost extensions and then they said, well, actually, we've clawed that money back. I mean, that would be a scenario that we would learn about. So I'm sure they have more ways to learn about, but I'm just trying to answer the concern of the council, like, do we know on the regular basis on what is in jeopardy? And we got to kind of pull that all together. Isaac?
Yep, so all good comments. I make a motion to pass resolution 25151.
We already have a motion by Eric and a second by Eugene, so we're in the
Oh,
discussion.
okay, well, let's move on then. There's people that do these jobs, and if they don't do these jobs, then we'll hear about it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Objection, motion carried 800. And that brings us to the next resolution, which is the Winnebago Tribe Education Department Consortium Agreement and Sub-Grant with UNL. That's the Indigenous Roots Professional Development Grant. Amy, did you want to make any comments before we ask for the motion? Did you?
Yeah, I have been working with Nancy Ingen Medine on this. This is like one of the education department's priorities is to build our own teachers. And so this consortium agreement would be that we are helping UNL, Indigenous Roots Program, to recruit possible participants, and this go around is inclusive of early childhood, so this is the first time they're including early childhood as that. So it would potentially be up to 2 or 3 students per reservation community in Nebraska. And then it would be to provide mentorship. So they had a administration grant, and they've gotten administrators trained in every reservation community. And so they would, this consortium agreement, we would, and that sub-grant too, so there's that sub-grant that would give the tribe the money, because the process to go through UNL is very complicated, and sometimes the program doesn't know if people get paid and whatever. And so it would be that we would provide stipends to each administrator and in the communities, the reservation communities, and then get a part-time assistant, which would do more intense mentorship. So like checking in on the students that are in the program And, I'm a product of this program. It's been in existence for 25 years. It's a really, good program, and eventually the goal is that, you know, the roles are reversed where the tribe is the grantee and UNL is a sub-grant. But for this go around, the grant application is due, I believe, May 18th or 16th, and, so I think it's a really good opportunity for our community to, and our tribe to, work with UNL on this. The previous consortium agreement they had with Little Creeks, and, so it's just, something that I'm passionate about. We need our own people trained in, education and to be teachers in our schools. So that's what this, is about.
Thanks, Amy. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to pass resolution 25-52152.
Second by Eugene. Discussion? Objection?
Thanks, Amy.
Motion carried 800.
Thank you.
Keep us moving. That brings us to the memo that is 4D, and that is a memo regarding D Avenue. Ron Noor worked on this with our planning department to put an official request. If you remember, month or two ago, the council met with the Nebraska Highway Patrol, and they are trying to link us up
What
with.
happened to the educate, or Boys and Girls Club?
That's number 5.
Oh, because on mine it says,
So we added D. We added D in the beginning, and that's this memo. So
I think he's getting coffee or something.
no,
four,
it's, oh, I see, all right.
yep, we just added one.
I thought you guys were trying to pull it fast.
Oh, yeah.
Just kidding. On your QB.
She's not smoking her.
Motion to approve.
So we have is that a motion, Coley? Okay, we have a motion by Coley and a second by Isaac to approve the, sending this memo to the Nebraska Department of Transportation. And if you remember, they have an infrastructure hub or a grant kind of hub.
Or portal,
A
but
portal, or I don't know what they called it. So we have motion and second, discussion.
I want to make a quick comment. I know I thought about this, in that road, traveling on it, and you know, when the feds come in, they say it'll take 5 years. Once they come here, then construction will start. So, you know, in a couple of years, we're going to start having millions more dollars. So, I think I myself would, you know, commit money to helping pave this road, you know, out of our own pockets too. So I don't know if that sentence is in here, but we can always say that too, you know, when those funds start coming around in the next couple of years. So that's all.
Yep, thanks, Coley. So we learned from that one group that, I keep calling them that one group, the Nebraska Department of Transportation, Highway, whoever. Nebraska's the second or third on the bottom of the list of all the states on who seek and get awarded grants from the National Highway something or other. And so they stood up this office in Nebraska to help people like seek those. And so we're trying to be a part of that. And if that brings more opportunity to the tribe, that's what we want. And then this same group was presenting to the Thurston County Board of Supervisors so that to try to get them on board and say, hey, you know, this could include you too. Just one, there's a A, just an A instead of an E in the chairwoman.
I'll send a revision over.
Any further discussion?
The only comment I have is, next time that we meet with Department of Transportation, I think we all realize it's time to just start talking about, more safety lighting or, you know, changing where the speed limit speeds up at, but just especially out there towards Thunderway with that accident that just happened.
Yep.
And I know Laura lives out there and a few others do, but, there's multiple accidents that have happened, rear ends like that in that area. And I don't know, I think it's just time. I don't want another roundabout. I'm gonna say that out loud. I don't want another roundabout out there, but, you know, something that's
A
gonna
turn
slow
lane.
down. Yeah, a turn lane or just lighting, something. So
It does need to be lit up.
People meets with government transportation,
back
just putting
road.
that out there to say into the universe.
Your back road around the
So
college.
luckily, we are actually
Think about
meeting
that.
with the Department of Highway on Thursday for a roundabout update. And so that'll be an opportunity for us to talk about this accident and what we need for the safety of our community. And also that same turn Ron has been bringing up at the tribal transportation meeting that they have in South Sioux. Unfortunately, this year that meeting was canceled. So there's two main things that keep coming up for the tribes. It's that highway right there in the turning lane in D Avenue. And for Omaha Nation, it's that road that they have that has no, what do you call those? No guardrails or no shoulder. And so both roads that all of our people use are safety hazards. So
And I would
keep,
even say, even out there by the pony, you know, the way that they created that turn lane and all that, it's just disregarded, people just pass by anyway. I mean, it's just, we're asking for it at this point, and we need them to do something.
okay, so thank you for that and bring that up on Thursday. We need the energy to reiterate what many councils have been saying, and I don't know how much more data they need to fund that. Okay, any further discussion? Brittany Jobson.
When they place that bridge out to the BA, they put a roundabout out there, please. They're gonna put speed bump.
And the new bridge roundabout, you said?
Bridge and a roundabout. I think they're gonna redo that bridge out
Yep.
there eventually, but a roundabout around there too.
You know, I have a question. Do you guys know who, how they record the accidents when the law enforcement goes out to those accidents? Do you know? I guess I'm having a discrepancy with where I can get data to support that implementation in a transportation safety plan so that it can be guided towards a sort of funding again. I guess I'm trying to find data. And when I implemented that with the transportation fund, there was no data from Thurston County, and I'm getting a runaround. I previously had a little hiccup with the previous chief getting data, and I don't know if you guys know of anybody to where I can get that data, where they put it at, where it's stored, how we can retrieve it, and put it into funding sources to support it.
I
Is that-
personally don't know,
Okay.
but I would think that the county or that our emergency or I don't know, I'm just grasping here.
It would be state patrol, wouldn't it?
So you're talking on vehicle accidents or injuries? Or, I mean, I kind of narrow it down a little bit. What's kind of,
So, I guess we had different types now. There's accidents, what kind of accidents that involve where it's, deaths and stuff like that, or like just, I guess, a broad spectrum of that to support it.
The
too.
traffic study.
Traffic study.
There was a traffic study done in the most recent, and that's how we learned that 10,000 cars come through here on a regular basis. And so Ron Nor might have that document, but that was done in regard to all these roundabouts. And so those roundabouts were funded on something, and it was the traffic study.
One.
the other thing too is that she could come in and sit in on that law enforcement meeting and just ask them in front of us, you know, just for general reports. The other place that you could get is, and it'd be for those that sit and help out the hospital and to straighten stuff out down there. But the ER, they would have stuff too. And I would reach out to Sarah McIntosh, yeah. And she would be able to collect some of that, or might be able to help you out, but at least start there with asking the question of how do I get this? Because so if something goes on in the community, they bring them in an ambulance. The ER asks, how did you get here? What went on? Did you get punched up? Did you get ran over? Or what? They got to have some kind of gist of the injury. And so there is a file. The other one is an EMS. They also have what they respond to. That might be reaching out to, I don't even know if they got a director over there or who the director is yet. But I keep hearing all kinds of different things. So, but reach out to Mona Zavante. And then if you do reach out to her on that and ask that question, if the council is okay with it, I would say CC the council so you actually get a response.
Yeah, I just have this whole big.
Try the
bulk of
state
data.
patrol.
Yeah, and I guess I would think that it would be recorded with the Thurston County, but it's not.
Try the
That's
state
what I-
patrol.
So even our own police chief or our own law enforcement here, they don't keep stats for you, or they're not willing to share it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes and no. I kind of remember when I requested, it took a while for him to get me things for that plan, and then I don't think I got, I don't think I got much. I think it was very little, and I had to incorporate that into the plan, and it was just kind of like, we got what we got, and I could do it, but I had to use like different counties to try to cross-reference the data for it, and that's my discrepancy. It's like I'm trying to find out how to get it, who to get it, and it's like, yeah.
So it makes me think of TLOA, which is the Tribal Law and Order Act, and what kind of, since the enactment of TLOA, what kind of report is on there, maybe on OJS's website? And I'm just trying to think of funded, like all the grants that came out of TLOA, and then, you know, at some point they have to have some type of comprehensive report. So again, I'm reaching, but I'm just trying to think of some of the I guess, legislation that made some of these things so, I guess, so look into TLOA. And the State Patrol, we've got a crash accident report request. On the State Patrol website, looks like there's a portal where you could request information. So,
Let's talk a little into it again. Yeah, some of it's very minimum from like years ago, and that was the thing.
and that's the hard part, it'll be old data, and then we won't get current data for probably, you know, 5 to 10 more years, so.
I just want to know how they reported it, the one yesterday, to see if it gets put in the system and then we can put it in there. You know.
So Eric and I and Jasmine went to and Billy went to a training in Rapid City, and it was about how they figure out BIA law enforcement money in the formula. And we learned one important thing that was probably the most important thing we learned, that it's the crime data that is entered by our local people that feed into that formula on how we get money. So if our local agency is not uploading what really happens on the ground here, that's hurting how much money we get on the back end. So they said it's very important that you update those. So we should learn about that.
That would be a good inquiry, just
Brittany, keep your data center person busy, have him be looking all that up.
Yeah, no, we were figuring it out too, and like I was trying to get him just talks, but yeah, we'll definitely keep it going.
It'd be good to start that, to help us. What we're gonna try and take over our law enforcement is to start that email. Our BIA is failing us, our chief of police. What we're going through now, multiple different ones, they don't have time to do that, and they're not keeping that data. They have a data entry person. I doubt it. To email Shoemaker to start that, so we have that to help us. Hey, look at this. They're not doing this. We can't get that data. You know, we need that data for money. You know, to request funds and so on. So I'd start that. That might help us.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion or objection to the motion on the memorandum? Motion carried 8-0. So that brings us to we have no old business, we have no TC items, so that brings us to our executive session.
What about the Boys and Girls Club?
Now I am trying to skip, I'm sorry. Okay, number 5, we got the Boys and Girls Club MOU.
I didn't bring that one to Boys and Girls Club, but I'm assuming it's just for a renewal on the Boys and Girls.
It is.
Okay.
It's a new resolution to renew the Boys and Girls Club MOU, the Boys and Girls Club Act. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt, we have a motion by Isaac to adopt resolution 25-153. We have a second by Eric, or excuse me, second by Isaac. Motion by Isaac, second
seconded it.
by,
Either way, it don't matter.
motion by Isaac to adopt resolution 25-153. Boys and Girls Club memorandum, second by Eric. Discussion.
I got a question. I guess I gotta ask Jasmine or the treasurer, but I would like to know what corporation of the Boys and Girls Club contributes to our little Boys and Girls Club. I'd like to know what the national corporation contributes to our Boys and Girls Club. So I want our CFO to find that out or tell us or have that for us at the treasurer's report.
Rona, you got that? Okay,
Yep.
thank you for following up on that. Irita has a comment.
I was on YouTube, I was really trying to talk to you guys, but anyway, I was on YouTube watching you guys, and you guys were talking about that transportation and then that reporting for police reports or something like that. And, that discussion was a couple years ago where and I don't think nobody really took the lead on that, but if I remember correctly, there was supposed to be like an MOU with the data people under planning with the PD, the county and EMS. Because for some reason, the BIA don't release those police reports to the county to reflect the accidents that happen within the boundaries of Winnebago. And not only that, whenever we apply for funds to get like the roundabouts and all the other jazz, they only go based off of what the county reports and not the BIA.
Thanks for sharing that, Irita.
Laura, like comment, I think I usually do it, send an email to Troy and you can send us that information right now today.
Okay.
Budget.
The budgets that what the tribe gets.
Yeah.
And what they get from the Boys and Girls Club.
Okay. Right, good one, Eugene. Get that
Oh,
done.
that's
Thank
happening?
you.
That's what you want me to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do it.
I can do it too.
There you go. I can send him something, see what he says.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the MOU. Any further discussion? Objection? Motion carried 800.
Motion to go into executive session.
We have a motion by Eric to go into executive session. Do we have a second? A second. Second by Teresa. Discussion? Objection? Motion carried 800. We're gonna enter executive session at 10:26 and then have a QP while we
Okay.
get our
QP.
our leaders in the breakout.
Voices?
So, returning to, asking for action items coming out of executive session, is there a motion to reclassify the vacant long home at
Move it.
Winnebago Lane to be a rent-to-own following the tribal housing policy?
in progress.
Move it.
Motion by Eric and we have second by Isaac.
Okay, say it again, to reclassify
The vacant home on vacant long home at Big Winnebago Lane to a rent-to-own unit following the tribal housing policy for the rent to amount.
the vacant long home in Big Winnebago Lane to a,
Should you be voting or should you be calling?
to
What is
a
this? Just the housing,
rent
just for
to
housing.
own.
But it's, well, this is for the housing, language. This isn't no direct motion.
So I hear him, he's just trying to make sure you're not in.
I'm writing in here the vacant tribal long home.
Yep,
Okay. In with Big Winnebago Lane to a rent to own
yes.
and
Following the tribal housing policy for rental amount. And so we did get a motion from Eric and a second from Isaac. Eric, are you willing to step back? to that?
Yeah,
Can you make that?
I'll step back on that.
Okay, Kenny, you want to make that motion then?
Okay, I will.
Okay.
how come he had to step back?
It affects her.
Yeah,
That's the only reason.
yep,
Well, how come you have to step back?
because that's a close relation and we just want to make sure that he doesn't make that motion for his relative.
Oh, that's right.
So we want to
Okay.
make sure that,
So this is a live meeting, right?
Yep. So we have a motion and a
Who
second,
seconded?
second by Isaac. So we have a motion by Kenny and second by Isaac. Any further discussion?
Oh, a question? Are we designating it for Cindy E in this motion?
This one, yes.
Well, it's not in the motion. Do we add that?
So Autumn said this is what she would need to move forward. That's all she asked for.
Okay, but what if she gives it to somebody else?
Okay, well, let me finish this motion and then I'll
Okay.
get another.
Okay.
So any further discussion on this motion? Objection. Motion carried 7-0-0. Are there any further motions to clarify?
I'll make a motion to authorize Cindy E for the rent to own.
That's what my motion was for.
Oh, is it?
No, yours was, that house is currently for sale, and so we have to reprogram it to,
Okay.
So that was the first
this-
motion.
So this indicates to Cindy E.
yes, now there'll be an
Okay.
assignment.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Lorelei. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Kenny.
Okay, second.
Who seconded?
Kenny?
Okay.
All those in favor of the motion? We have
Who
some-
abstained?
We have
Okay.
Eugene and Eric abstaining.
Okay. Yes, LD.
Well, we don't have no objection. There's just abstentions. So I'm showing no objections, just abstentions, so that would be 5-0-2
Okay.
for the that assignment.
Okay.
Moving on to our powwow committee, thank you to them for coming to visit with us, and we have a draft budget to approve. Do we have a motion to approve the 2025 powwow budget at $213,700?
Move it.
We have a motion by Eric, do we have a second?
Second.
How much is the amount?
$213,700 is the
Okay,
preliminary.
Eric and Eugene.
So it's, I called it preliminary budget.
I'm writing 2025 homecoming
Preliminary
powwow.
budget.
Oh,
That's all this motion is for.
Yes.
Okay, because you have other
Homecoming.
stuff down in there to.
powwow budget.
Just one more, and that's about the gaming commission. So this is to
Oh, okay,
approve the draft
All right.
version that we talked about today.
Okay.
And that was motion by Eric and seconded by Eugene, is that okay? The 217. 213,
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, was it 750 or 700?
700.
Okay.
2013, 700.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Objection. Motion carried 700. Yeah, 700. Okay, our next motion is in regard to our gaming commission position. Is there a motion to advertise?
Move it.
We have a motion by Eric. We have a second.
Okay.
Second by Rona. Discussion. 30 days is the typical time we advertise. Is that how long?
Yes, that's correct.
Any further discussion?
Carol, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's appropriate time. I'm gonna make a motion to allow Commissioner.
Yeah, so let's finish this one, then you
Okay.
can do that one next. So we've got, just to advertise the expired term for 30 days. We have a motion by Eric and a second by Rona. Any further discussion? Objection. Motion carried 700. Now, Coley, you're thinking of making a motion to extend his term until that vacancy is filled?
Until filled.
So we have a motion by Coley to appoint, or I guess, appoint Damon Pear to a temporary term until that vacancy could be filled. Is there a second to that? Second by Kenny. Discussion.
Object.
So we have one objection. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand or signify. So we have Kenny, we have Coley, we have Eugene, and we have Isaac.
Have discussion too.
Opposed, oh, excuse me, well, let me back it up then, if you have a discussion. So let me back the vote up, there we have a discussion for the motion.
What is this? The motion to appoint
The-
Damon Pear to the,
The motion was to appoint
Temporarily.
Damon Pear as a temporary term until this vacancy can be filled.
to extend?
Oh, I guess to extend. And so that motion was made by Coley, seconded by Kenny, and we're in discussion at Isaac.
So, so is if he's not, if we don't extend that one, then, and the term is expired, then does that put us out of compliance?
No, because we have 3 current commissioners, and a couple years ago, the council added a 4th commissioner to
Okay.
make sure that they would always have a quorum. So without, with this expired term, we still have a full commission.
Okay, that was my question, was, 'cause I didn't know. And I see it's just kind of trying to help people out a little bit, but that's was my question. I just don't want to be out of
Yeah.
compliance in any means.
So although we would remain in compliance, that puts pressure on the 3 commissioners. So just trying to mention every factor, but,
Yeah.
are we ready to call for the question?
Comment,
Rona?
I just want to say, in previous years, when I was on a gaming commission, I wasn't allowed that extension. And I had to go on unemployment for two months before selection was made. So, I'm gonna have to abstain from this vote because I don't think it's fair. You know, precedence was set a while back and I just don't think it's fair.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, Ronald, thanks for weighing in. Any further discussion? Objection, we had objections.
I
so
object.
We had, an LD object. So all those in favor of the motion so far, I had Kenny, Eugene, Coley, and Isaac. Opposed, we have
LD,
LD, Eric, and Rona abstaining. Is that correct? Were you, I got, Kenny, Eugene, Coley, and Isaac in favor of the motion. Opposed, Lorelei and Eric, and abstain, Rona. So that motion carries with 4-1. So we have an extension of that until that position can be filled, but also, thank you, Rona, for sharing that. You know, that's kind of some of the stuff that I meant about we have to have a consistent way we do this, and with this MOU or this approved step-by-step plan, however it is, then we'll do it the same way every year. So thank you for sharing that because I didn't know that. As-
So one thing too, council, is that, not trying to hide nothing or anything like that, but to try to protect some of these tribal members, you gotta be aware if this is a live meeting or what. You can't be mentioning names and all of these things as they go on. And it's not to try to hide anything, but it's protecting these tribal members that bring issues to the table. We have to be aware of that. So I even bought that sign over there that says live on air. That's supposed to be on when we're on air. So regular monthly meeting, and mid-month tribal council meeting, those ones are all. So just letting you guys know so you don't get yourself in trouble.
Thanks, Isaac. So that takes care of the motions we needed to do outside of executive session. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion by Eric. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eugene.
Comment,
Discussion at Kohler.
just, something, I don't know how everybody feels about this, but I want you guys to think about this, and maybe if it's in our HR, all of our HR department levels, what I've learned and what I've seen is something that maybe you won't consider or you don't think about it is, if we terminate an employee for maybe some little thing, nonsense, and that employee loses insurance, loses all the benefits. But most importantly, if that employee was terminated for just something petty, but it was just something, and loses their insurance, and then they become a treaty at our hospital, and if this person gets sick and gets real sick, and it's just something I seen, and I'm like, and I seen when we fire somebody just for petty stuff and so on, then this person becomes a treaty, patient with no insurance, and then all their services aren't getting paid for anymore. And then that eats up all this funding. So I really think, you've heard me say this about our HR departments, all of them, all 4 of them that we have, so that's all. That's all I said. I just came to my mind when certain things happen, and you see stuff and people get hospitalized and so on. That's all. Thank you.
I messed up, council. I'm gonna have to ask you to rescind that motion, Eric and Eugene, because I forgot one more action item to support our further discussion with the Veterans Association. We need that motion too.
I rescind my motion
Okay, so,
to,
all right, thank you for rescinding that, because I.
Okay, I'm just not gonna write it,
Yeah, okay.
because we didn't vote on it
Yep,
yet.
we didn't vote on it.
yeah.
So I'm just gonna,
Is there a motion to direct our CAO to work towards retrieving the financial records and bank statements for 2 years from the Winnebago Veterans Association
the bank statements,
and financial records?
Financial records include.
Yeah. So if there's anything else to be had besides just the statements, I guess.
for 2 years from the Winnebago Veterans Association
Bank
account.
yeah.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Eric. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eugene. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 7-0-0. Now, asking kindly for another motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, we have a motion by Eric. Do we have a second? Second by Eugene. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 7-0-0. We're adjourned at 1:51 p.m.